Hi everyone. I'm feeling alright. Otherwise, I won't be streaming. How are you guys?
Danganronpa. Danganronpa.
Yeah, it's loud when the game plays. Yeah, much better. Hang on. Don't see. Yeah, much better. Yeah. When the game starts, it's a bit loud. It's me. Well, uh, I feel a good rest yesterday. I've been good. Uh, wasn't feeling well yesterday, but that's past. Yeah, guys, this pimple on my face though, it really hurts. Uh, oh yeah, a bit of news. I am moving back with my parents soon. Uh, so that's the end of me streaming with no interruptions. My parents are kind of, well, they are kind of not savvy with streaming and stuff. So there might be times when I'm interrupted. Yeah, I'm moving back with my parents. I can't hear me with the music. Um, okay, that's better. I will still be streaming, but just that it won't be that that quiet. it's like they talk quite loud, and there might be music coming from my mom. Stuff like that. I will still talk in the same volume, I guess. Yeah. So that's something. Why the need to move? Well, because of my situation, it helps me save a bit of money and rent out the house. That will help my financial situation quite a bit. And with that, with the move, I can continue my stream. Otherwise, I will need to, it helps with my health quite a bit, I think. And my mom don't need to run two places just to help me go for dialysis and stuff. So yeah, that will help with my current situation. Hopefully with the move, it doesn't interrupt the stream too much. Well, I own my current place, so I will rent it out, hopefully to get a few more bucks. And I can continue streaming without worrying about the next. We'll have to pay the mortgage, in all honesty. Yeah, it's difficult to own a place and then to pay the mortgage and stuff with the current medical stuff I need to go through. Yeah. But still, thanks for all the help you guys supported. And I hope you guys will continue supporting me. And well, let's go on with the game. Sakura. There are many aspects to the incident this time. Too many to be honest. Considering that it may be good to look back on everything that has happened. Would you like my help? Yes. Let's look back on things. Oops. This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Koko, you, and myself. We waited for the others, but no one showed up, so we decided to look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. And soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared. After that, Hina found Celeste in the red room on the third floor, then quickly came and got Yuan. According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and lay unconscious for about an hour. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her, meaning just after 7 o'clock. Based on the picture Celeste took, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a strange costume. It was Robo Justice. It also became clear thanks for the resub, Pyro-chan. I still having a hard time hearing. Hi, Pyro-chan. I'm okay. Well, I'm okay because I'm streaming. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming. Theory-chan, I said I hope you guys will continue supporting me. And thanks for supporting me. Am I still hard of hearing? Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm moving back with my parents, Pyro-chan. That's why. But my voice changer. I have to speak louder. Only understand about 30%. Okay. That will help. Like this? I speak closer to the mic. Not that I'm speaking louder, but speaking closer to the mic helps. Okay. I basically have to put my lips as close to the mic as possible. And the paper hurts. Anyway. It also became clear that this Robo Justice had dragged Hifumi away. After meeting up with Toko and Bakuya, we began searching for the costume assailant. We found an injured Hifumi in the library on the second floor. We took him down to the nurse office on the first floor, then resumed our search. But not long after leaving the nurse office, based on Celeste's claim, we went up on the second floor where we split up and began searching. That's right, after that. Then after that, Celeste screamed. This time she had apparently seen the suspect on the third floor. Hearing her scream, we quickly made our way to the third floor. Oh, okay. Okay. And then at that point we decided to split up into two groups. Celestina and I went back to the office, while you, Bakuya, and Toko pursued the suspect out on the third floor. And when we got back to the nurse office, we found Hifumi's corpse, which is also when we heard the body announcement. I left Celeste and Hina alone and head back to the third floor to tell the others what happened.
However,
But at the same time, we had discovered Taka's body in the equipment room, which means Hifumi and Taka's body were discovered right around the same time. Because I remember hearing the body discovery announcement played right after finding Taka. And when I showed up and told you about Bakuya that Hifumi had been killed, right? Then me and Bakuya all headed back to the nurse office, leaving Toko behind, who had fainted. But as soon as we left the psychic lab, we ran into Celeste, who just arrived to tell us something very unusual. Hifumi's body has disappeared. We hurried back to the nurse office to discover that his corpse was in fact gone. Then we remembered we had abandoned the unconscious Toko and rushed back to the equipment room. This can't be happening, blah blah blah. This time, Taka's body had disappeared. So from there, we began our search for both the missing bodies. Hi, Golden Richard. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm okay. I'm always expect to be there. How are you, Golden Richard? So from there, we began our search for both the missing bodies. And after some time, Celeste told us she found the bodies, and we all hid to the repository. And there we discovered the two bodies that had apparently vanished. And that brings us up to
however,
now. Looking back, things have certainly been very active. If you want to look back at the case again, just let me know. I'm fine anytime. There are a handful of different sizes hanging on the wall, although some are more like mallets. Lens? To the justice hammer have been designed using this as model. Either way, all the hammers have obviously seen a lot of use. They are all covered in debris and chalky powder. Wait. For some reason, this hammer isn't dirty at all, and it's wet. Did someone watch it recently? Hmm. Hmm. Something about Hifumi's body in the nurse office versus his body right now. His glasses. When his body was in the nurse office, his glasses was covered with blood. But now they're completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? But who would do that and why? Hifumi's glasses have been added to the truth bullet section. Okay. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? And look at the wheels. There's blood stain on it. According to Monokoma's file, Taka died from a blow to the head. We found just this handful near the body. Is that what is used to kill him? There's a tuck cleaner under his body. Will the killer use this to move Taka's head? That way, there wouldn't be any blood left behind where the body was moved. Okay.
So,
Hey, Toto, I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository. You missed the full roster of characters. Huh? What is it? After Hifumi and Taka's body disappeared, we split up to look around, right? I was really scared Sumi and Sakura stuck
But-
together. And we came right to the repository, you know, look around. When we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. It was locked? Yeah, it was. And we came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have been us here. So if that's true, then who locked it? And why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. The door was locked when we searched for the bodies. When the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in there. But I'll probably have to leave this area to figure it out. Okay, let's leave the room. There's definitely a lot on the door, but it can only be locked from inside the repository. I don't see any way to unlock it from in the other room. The door can only be locked from inside the repository, which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed that the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. And the door is designed so that it can be locked from inside the repository. It can only be locked from inside the repository. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in at the repository and locked the door. Why do I have to keep reading that repository thing? I know the only character thing that we would have in life if there was a side story where we could see more of them. It makes sense to kill all the characters because it's a murder story. But Hina claims there's no way someone could have beaten them to the repository. So that certain someone... Look around a little more. Seems weird. I like Hina and Kyoko. He's in a much better place now. Kure is who? Yeah, Aoi is... Hina is more... It's really likable. Yeah, doesn't everyone like Kyoko? Not really. I like Kyoko because I think she's like me. And a bit of Aoi. Hina is a bit like me as well. You like the silent mystical type. I see. Just like Nozomi. Yeah, makes sense. I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. When the attacks and murders and disappearance all happened, every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing he told me said when he died, yeah, he said he was not.
So in other words...
Then there's no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with the weird costume? Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's the fool of the century, you see. He's kinda dumb. But do you really think that's enough to explain it? I feel like there's a clue hiding here
What?
somewhere. And is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no, there are a few other things. Like, why did the murderer try to hide the bodies? They probably figured if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact the culprit was a moron. Is there really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is, why did they bother killing 2 people?
What?
Because all the rule says is, if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your number one priority is not getting caught. But killing 2 people means more clues, more chance you will get found out.
I see.
Hold on, perhaps. I see. So, that's what that means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we are friends. Huh? What's with the attitude? But you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. This mysterious word hangs in the air as he left the repository. He talks as if he figured something out. But if he did, would it have killed him just to tell me what it was? There's gotta be a clue around here somewhere. Maybe I should check somewhere else. There are some places I already know about. First, the nurse office where Hifumi was found. Then the equipment room. I like how we passed because I heard that they just like no zombie. That's sweet. I was hoping Hina acts more like a regular person. She isn't afraid to say what's on her mind. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, me and Virgin. Thanks for the hit, cat. Sorry, Virgin. Thanks for the hit, pet, Virgin. I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away.
What?
I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimate rare event. This time, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, and just recently too. There's some kind of tire marks going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. It reminds about the dolly in the repository. There was blood on its tire. Could that blood have come from here? Which could mean Staka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so it could definitely be possible. What about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with a dolly, there would be no way to get it out on the 3rd floor. There's still a total mystery. wouldn't say it's hanging out all the time. It's just in this game it's like stuck in that position. Just thinking what else really missing out. How do you know? Behind the scene they could be doing stuff. Justice Hammer 4, the weapon that was used to kill Taka. The body was moved, but the murder weapon was just left here. I never did a serial killer regardless. Bakuya is strange. Okay, do you date anyone? How do you know anyone is a secret? Anyone is a serial killer in the first place? Yeah. They would have hide it from you. Yeah. A refrigerator. I wonder if there's anything to drink inside. After everything I've been to, I'm totally touched. Maybe just a quick peek. There's a bunch of blood packets in here for blood transfusion jackets. It doesn't help me though, I'm not a vampire. There's this cemetery, the one used to kill people. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. Just a normal trash can. It's too small to be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning cloth. It's got some kind of plastic character on it, but it's also covered in blood.
Oh!
Did you find something? There was a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
Huh?
The cleaning cloth? And it's all bloody. Whoever this belongs to must have used it to wipe up some blood. But who would need to do something like that? I haven't decided something. Yeah, me neither. But I think it might be a problem. Honestly, I don't know what Monokuma was thinking. Genocide Jill really got the short end of the stick. It's not about what you everyone knows you're a serial killer. Take care, Paro-chan. It's not doing overtime. Honestly, Jill isn't it's the safest out of the bunch. Everyone knows her MO. Do you think anyone is crazy enough to attack? Only because of the rule that you have to guess the color of the time. If it was closer to something like the one I should have voted that is true. How are you investigating, Celeste? I'm not investigating anyone precisely speaking. I'm simply going around seeing if you might be hiding somewhere. What about you? Oh, you know, I'm just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moving? When it disappeared, you're supposed to be in that's his office, right?
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Tina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. And when you got back, the body was gone. We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then the killer was able to get in and move the heat. And move Hifumi's body in a short amount of time.
Indeed.
It would seem so. To carry off someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes. I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. Okay. So this is where you were. I've been looking for you. You have? I want to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to, but you end up making this little game of ours very interesting at the end. You should go to Hero's room. Oh, and let me give you this. Meet in the dining hall. This is the road Hero wrote to get us, so we meet up, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things go ever more exciting. What are you talking about? I have already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay. So you said to go to Hero's room. What's waiting for me there? Hero's room. Hey, Efra-chan, how are you? And then if anyone would be too focused, how are you, Efra-chan? Oh, it's unlocked? I guess I can go inside. I've already said to go look. It might not be a good idea, but I'm going to take a bunch. This is hero room. There are all kind of good stuff. Where did he get it all from? More importantly, he still hasn't been up. Which means he can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? Well, I'm alright. What do you mean not sure at the moment? Sorry, very You're feeling off. What do you mean you're feeling off? Something in the cardboard box. It's blueprint for something and something's made out of looks like cardboard, plastic and plaster. Is this Robo Justice? And it's in Hero's room. But wait, this blueprint. Something about them bothers me. Makoto, big news, big news. We found Kyoko. Okay. Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't that desperate.
Just a second!
Robo Justice showed up too. Robo Justice? Is Hero wearing the costume?
Okay.
Anyway, as soon as you can, hit to the pool on the second floor. The thing Hero and Kyoko will show up at the same time. Anyway, I have to head to the pool. I ran off to the second floor as fast as I could. I just had a panic attack. Similar to just trying to calm down. Started 10 minutes ago. Oh, what happened 10 minutes ago to cause the panic attack? Similar to the panic attack. Kyoko and...
I mean...
Oh man, I had the worst day. Hero?
Huh? Oh, hey,
Hero?
Makoto.
Yeah, who else could I be? That's a good question. Huh? What? Why do I look like this? What? Did someone come along and bother me while I was sleeping? Was it the Illuminati? No, Justice finally made his appearance, huh? I guess Gyoko is the one that found it. There's a big locker near the door.
Right.
I found him. He was sharing the pool locker room. It looks like he was fast asleep, so I could kick him and woke him up.
Don't be mean!
I still don't believe you could be. You could be a little more gentle about it. Like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace.
Well,
There was something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't never mind.
it's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey,
More importantly, she says that much. Does she have an ID? Does she know how people think she might be spying for
And?
the customer? First of all, you will need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
I mean,
Oh, well, I mean, I have no idea. 1 second I was asleep, I don't even know what happened. Then I woke up, and there I was here. I don't care. Do something about the costume. Please, we didn't get it. I would say panic at night. I don't want to sound ironic. Panic, yeah, panic. I know it sounds stupid. I do try deep breathing. Like box breathing. What do you mean box breathing? I know deep breathing helps. And Solidarity-chan, you still haven't explained what happened 10 minutes ago. Okay. You would say 10 minutes ago. You sound ironic, Marie-chan. No matter how you put it.
huh? Let me out of
I don't know
here!
what's this thing, but I can't actually get it off. I need the help? Why will you make something that you can't take it off by yourself?
You got it all wrong!
I didn't make this stupid freaking thing.
it would seem.
There's a caps on the back that keep you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help you. It took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hiro out of the swamp. It took a few minutes, but eventually we got the piece off. Feel free at last. Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly this suit fits you?
So then,
More to the point, nobody but Hiro will be able to wear a costume. Wait, what? Hold on a second.
honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The prints were in your room as well.
is that okay?
In other words, it's obvious to everyone that you made this costume. That's true, I saw the blueprint myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be?
Then it's obvious. The one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone
That's terrible!
was Hiro. Should we tie him up and get him?
Just the worst.
Good idea, we wouldn't want him to anyone else.
What?
Tie me up? Hold on a second, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves fair treatment. Yeah, I mean, attacking blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
You can't talk your way out of this. It's been decided. We kill them.
Please!
What? Kill who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake hero running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. So who else could possibly be the costume attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine. If you're going to be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a bit, Ina start putting on a Kuroko costume.
Huh. See? Look. See how loose it is?
Breathe in for 4, hold your breath for 4, exhale for 8. Can you exhale more than what you're breathing? See how loose it is?
I mean, come on.
I mean,
I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hero could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a half, Hina took the suit back off again.
Ah.
Well, now you're all out of excuses. No, see? It's cause you're a girl. If there was another guy then... Makoto Roe. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried to put them on. It's no good. The arms are too long. There's no way I can let them.
Just a second!
See, I told you it was impossible. You're absolutely right. It seems this costume was made to fit Hero's body exactly.
But...
Then there's another costume. They must have one that looks the same. But it fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this style of defense, then show us some evidence.
what the heck?
Evidence? You claim there's another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show us. What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hero's the only one without an alibi doing this whole thing anyway.
That's terrible!
Which is how we know it was him.
What?
I mean, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Would someone like tell me? Okay.
Oh! Then perhaps...
Perhaps she really is looking for the mastermind. We have quite protective of her. That's because she helped me so much. If I were the mastermind, that's exactly how I would do. Earn your trust. It's looking more and more like it really was a setup. Okay. Logic you have learned from Danganronpa. The first person to be suspected is definitely innocent.
the heck?
If you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand? I think I figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey, Mokoto, who was it? Well, two person were killed. Taka and Hibo.
What?
What? Two person?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did not.
Please!
I did not.
Huh?
Wait, hold on a second. If those two were the ones,
How about that?
that's it. I know
So
who
then-
did it. You may as well tell us. Taka and Hifumi were fighting over alter ego, right?
I'm at least 30% right.
Which means alter ego or Chihiro must have done it.
Correct.
Huh? I see, that's unfortunate.
Please!
Huh? Unfortunate. Stop trying to trick us. Just admit it. You did it, okay? I'm telling you, we got it all.
Oh, so then.
I know that note. Nope. Last night someone slipped my weird note under my door. And hear what it said. I found a hole. Maybe we can use it to escape. Uno Kuma can't find out. Don't tell anyone else. For now, let's meet at the right room at 1 a.m. After the last thing I remember is going to the red room. Then for some reason I fell asleep.
Hey.
The red killer probably dropped me or something. Thanks for the hydrate and possibly check the recap. At least 30% is true.
Just the worst.
No
So,
chance. Hold on. He could be onto something. The nurse office did have camera trails that could do that. I told you someone set me up. A secret passage, a chance to escape. Someone wrote out that to trick me. Even if that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite. Every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here for so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? They preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me. Still, I
Don't be
buy it.
mean.
Well, you should buy
just
it.
a second.
Okay, then show us the note. With pleasure, I have it right here in my pocket.
No way.
Looks like I lost it. Yeah,
Please.
you gotta believe me. I wouldn't hurt a fly. As I said before, you want us to believe you. You must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim. But if you want us to believe you, you must give us a reason. What the heck? For serious? Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it.
What the heck?
Why did you kill them? Tell us. No, it's like
Just
I
the
said.
worst.
It was really to get the money Kuma offered us. Yeah, that must be it. We must totally be broke.
Please.
Wait, that's a false accusation. Someone
What are you saying?
just be thankful we haven't bound and get you. If you have time to yell and carry on, you must have time to search for your evidence.
What?
Ah, you're right. I need to look for the second soup in the book. Beat on me again. I guess I better get back to that duty. I was gonna ask the genocide jet. But if she and Sakura can be fought, we have a pepper Sophie on heights. Well, bye.
Makoto.
Do you have a second? I want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
It looks like I got a little late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Can you promise me something later when we have time? Can you tell me
Why
what
is that?
No. I have to recheck this or something.
Anyway,
Anyway, I need your help. You don't mind me?
shall we go?
Shall we go?
Hey,
So Makoto, first I like to examine the cost.
correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know. Tell the truth far more easily than the
Hey.
But then you agree?
Anyway.
Answer it. Anyway, we have to hurry before the flash travel. Yeah, in the repository. I guess we should head that way for now. You want a happy birthday for Felicia? Okay, the extra chat. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Fairy Chan. Happy birthday to you. Hi Rosalia Chan, how are you? I'm cute. Thanks for that. I'm doing well. Actually, I'm just thinking. Thanks for the cheer, Felicia. I'm actually taking a break from Epic 7. Just that. No, just taking a break. Not sure when I'm going to play again. Maybe after I move back to my parents' place. No, I just started. Don't blame me. Yeah, it's kind of cool on me. But I might go back again when I feel like it. Ifumi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seems to go rigid.
So
But
then,
only for a moment. Well then, let's get started. She crouched down next to Taka without hesitation and began poking and prodding
I
the
knew
body.
it.
Monokuma Fa was right. They were killed using similar weapons. The movement was so smooth, so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. Taka was curable with it.
I see.
Okay, I found something pretty. You remember the wish watch Taka always wore on his left hand?
Whew.
You did? And you were so oblivious to the people around you. Do you dislike other people so much? No, that's not it. Anyway, you said he had
So
a
then-
watch? Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands are moving right. It most likely broke when he had encountered with his assailant. And if you notice, the hands are just frozen past 6 o'clock. So that would mean the watch was broken sometime just after
That's
6.
right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. Huh?
In other words,
So if it broke at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 p.m. Means it happened at 6 this morning.
however,
Look at his left hand. Seems to be gripping something.
Makoto,
But try
Because-
me. Rigor mortis has already set in. Boys are better suited to this kind of manual work, right? Okay. As much as I didn't want to, I gripped Taka's cold hand. The ice cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. After some time, I finally be able to get free of the object from his punch fist.
hey,
Piece of paper? Was that all he had in his hand? No, that's it. Just a little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a
is that
purpose.
right?
I wonder about that. Kyoko then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then,
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he left us a few clues of his own.
indeed. That's right,
Hifumi had it hidden on him.
indeed.
Hidden. He did stuff it in his pants, so I can only assume he had it. He did it on purpose, you see?
Why
In
is
his
that?
Pants? Wait, so it was just his pants, not like his socks or something. I don't
Hey.
know what that means. Anyway, let's look at the piece of paper. Go ahead, Mikado. Open it up. When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like, it better be important information, or I'll never forget. Forgive you for this. A note. I found a hole. Maybe we can use it to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else. For now, let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
So,
That sounds very familiar. That's it. It's the same thing Hiro said. But he was telling us
however,
the truth. Although it's not exactly the same, is it? Last night someone... Okay. But the time is different. Hero to us is not said to meet at 1 a.m. But the note to Hifumi us came to meet at 6 a.m.
Is that right?
Hold on, just because Hifumi had them doesn't mean it wasn't meant for him.
So,
Part of it has been torn off, right? I think there's some likely some meaning there. Something meant. Could you maybe explain it a little more?
hey,
Think carefully. Why would he have something having touching a skirt? Huh?
So then.
No idea. Well, if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it, what if it was something more important? How would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer.
hey,
And while we're at it, I should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had that handbook on him. So the handbook has nothing to do with how the murder will carry out. Not that there was any other reason to think they were connected with the killings in the first place. So you're saying I don't have to think about the handbook?
is that right?
If you didn't have to think about the hand at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said was they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point where, however, where a handbook may play a role. Huh? I don't think I understand. But if Kyoto thing is important, I better keep it in mind. Okay. I still have you added no matter what. Thanks, Rosalia Chan.
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
It would seem...
It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end.
Shall we go?
Well, better get going. Okay. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation, and they were gathered by the red door. And as soon as we were all there,
Monokuma appears! Wrong!
it has multiplied. No, not multiplication. It just looks that way because it's an illusion. I'm moving so fast it looks like I've multiplied.
Whew.
The we just get on the elevator?
Boy, tough crowd.
And we're not playing along.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play.
Okay.
Okay,
Hey,
fine.
hey!
Then if everyone is here and ready to go, please board the elevator. I'll see you guys later.
Let's go.
Please!
Oh, I'm not mentally prepared. You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't run anymore, hero. You're gonna pay for
What
it.
the heck?
I told you already. I didn't do it. For serious. That reminds me. Did you ever find the other costume? Or no? Well, no, but... How unfortunate. Then it would seem we have our cover.
Hey,
This isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the college.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first. Then the story can begin. Yeah, good idea. That's right. I have to do it. I can't let whoever killed Hifumi and Taki get away with it. For everyone who still lives. And for the two that lost their lives. The one who killed Hifumi and Taka, and the one who killed our two friends. Killed like this. Someone right here. The clanking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure for how long it was before the elevator finally comes to a stop. The elevator door slides open, opening up to a cool thing. When I see all you gathered together like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its
Just
climax.
the worst.
Only because of you. Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other? What? Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so
Come on.
cute. Stop goofing around and begin the trial. Don't rush me, of course I'm gonna start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class trial for this commercial. I did never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate. A deadly class trial. Yes, safe. Open Yambo. Set skills.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with,
We already know who did it!
Was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit. Don't try and deny it! You killed them!
I didn't! Someone knocked me out! I was asleep the whole time! I don't know anything about it!
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Who are you calling a murderer?
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprints for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it. And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know!
Is Hiro really the killer or? Before anything else, we have to make that clear. Actually, Hiro's message.
Everything we found in
Your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff! It's not true! It's a conspiracy!
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
If I remember right, Hiro's handwriting is...
Everything we found in your room.
Shoot!
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff! It's not true! It's a conspiracy!
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff! It's not true! It's a conspiracy!
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints,
the suit parts, they are...
No, it's wrong. Are we sure Hiro really made those blueprints?
what do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hiro wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hiro's the culprit?
And he's not the only one. I think Hiro's innocent as well.
What?
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit? Is it like Hiro said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
And of course, he passed it off to me.
So, who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
The suspicious individual in question. Hero, Hina. The Illuminati. That's right, they're all working behind the scenes and trying to set me up. Those dudes are super scary for
Shoot.
serious. It's not. Suspicious.
I got it! Other than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hero is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hero didn't do it.
It makes perfect sense. Hero was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
What? Now that's a bold assumption. And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around!
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body. It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items. Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
I think you should. That's what
I got it!
Dolly.
I got it! They were a dolly and a tarp, right? So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right? It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly.
Oh, you're talking about.
Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository...
You were talking about, what's his name? You were talking about. What's his name? Obviously,
did the
he
doll.
wasn't the one to carry the body away.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body, am I right? But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
There is no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway. We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
Well, I never had anyone sound so nice or being so mean. But maybe I can change her mind. If I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment to the repository. Okay. Let's talk about reloading. Starting with this next bullet time, we are going to add one more ingredient to the recipe. On the bottom of the screen underneath the tempo marker, you will see your ammo count. Up until now, there hasn't really been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's stamina. But from now on, just locking on and pressing the left hold button won't be enough. And now it will cost you one bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullet, you can't destroy any more stamina. However, you can reload by pressing the tab key. Okay. Just like locking on, you won't have to press the tab key in time with the tempo button. Basically, just remember that the tab key now has a function. You automatically reload at the start of if you are done. And your ammo will not decrease. But if your action difficulty is set to gentle or in which case you can ignore it. Okay. The moment of truth.
You have it wrong! I cannot agree! You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you! You miserable wretch! I cannot agree! You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch! You have it wrong! I cannot agree! You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you! You miserable wretch! I cannot agree! You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch! I cannot agree!
This should prove it. If you're asking for proof that the dolly moved, I have it right here.
No, I'm not.
When I found the dolly in the
You
repository,
already know who did
one
it.
of the wheels had a blood
Who?
stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the
I'm
dolly
not
wheel's tread.
cheating.
The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room. And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Jeez, that Celeste really hit me that
Well,
much.
anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Cause if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
If I look at how the body was moved, it will be clear why the person in the suit could have done it. What does he mean by that? New argument again.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over. Then you could push the dolly no problem. So the killer just crouched down and carted the body off to the repository.
If you accept everything we just said, then you must realize that whoever was in the suit couldn't possibly be the culprit.
Sorry, I don't think I realize anything.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
Bend over. Pew pew. Eh?
Then you could push the dolly no problem. So the killer just crouched down and carted the body off to the repository.
If you accept everything we just said, then you must realize that whoever was in the suit couldn't possibly be the culprit.
Sorry, I don't think I realize anything.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
No, it's wrong.
You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together, remember? When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Jumping for a burger.
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
Shoot!
Oh.
I got it! I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember...
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, You really can't take it off by yourself? Hiro wasn't just making it up?
Of course I wasn't making it up.
If he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right!
So, it's really, really true that Robo Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hiro in the robot suit, correct?
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took?
Hope you enjoy your stay here.
You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo Justice? If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said? So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility? Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened.
General Kenobi. Thanks for the hydrate and posture check. Welcome to the stream, General Chan. You prefer General Kenobi?
I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
It was just a cold night.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
General Chan. Well, if you prefer General Chan, that's what I will call you.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
and then... At that point, we decided to divide up into two groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead. And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the three of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us. And she told us something very surprising. We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
This can be happening.
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository, which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated. It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
Contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to discover the truth, uncover the truth, I have to find them no matter what. More Kumapa.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was
Killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
Oops.
Shoot!
And it.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the
Justice Hammers! Shoot!
did.
Is this really the end for all of it?
Yes, another shot.
I refuse to give up yet!
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammer.
No, that's wrong! Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers. If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
What time? Pink mask can be. Wristwatch. S.
Now I understand! I've got it! Taka's wristwatch! See? Look! It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer, because as of last night, so if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder. But all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe. When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream. Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body. Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said, his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
The dead body moved on its own?
No! Not another... ghost!
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is, we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
Welcome back to Citation. Zombie? No, he's not a zombie. He just was.
He was alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
I'm sure the body's early announcement was made once. But Hifumi and Taka body were discovered at almost exactly the same
Are you
time.
saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body
Had been found. No, that's wrong. Was the body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if two bodies had been found, there really should have been two announcements.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, actually, that was plenty.
Huh?
He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
The second body announcement. The first time it played when we found each body in the nurse suit and the equipment. And the second time when Bruce's body will be discovered. Think.
I got it! We heard it a second time in the repository when we rediscovered the two bodies. It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
Then in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
Those glasses.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
Then, was he really still alive?
Of course not. It is impossible. This is ridiculous.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
No, it's wrong!
Hi, Professor.
In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository.
The heart.
His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
The item I found in the trash can.
I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is... what exactly?
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
That's a good point.
And it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere! But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done! God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
The one who moved Taka's corpse.
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked?
Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means, when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
But that means he took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
Nope.
I got it! You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his pants?
Yes, his pants.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
Ah, that's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go. Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been...
Taka.
I got it! That's right! Taka! The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection! I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right? So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy!
Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right?
Ugh! Yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
And Juno's subject is seriously scary. Let's see. I can't let her get to it. Make my argument.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok! Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok! Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok! Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
No, that's wrong! No, there absolutely is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered. We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that... No further objections!
Then someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me. The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it?
Stuffed down his pants, no less!
Most likely, Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
Huh? He stole it?
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
I got it! When I searched
The
Taka's body,
scrap of paper.
I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly, which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact,
Something for the paper.
he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive.
Sorry, no. When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead. The second body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
He was killed in the repository, so he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together.
Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus!
Who are you calling a walrus?
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right? So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then,
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
Spotless hand.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers! And, that's about it.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Shoot!
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers!
No, that's wrong! The murder weapon wasn't a Justice Hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
It's unbearable.
But, seriously? A different weapon?
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean.
Huh?
And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
And whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him. The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
Make my argument.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true,
It is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
Shoot!
based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true.
No, that's wrong. Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in a scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful! How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
She's almost still amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at
I
this.
understand how an accomplice could be involved. But then, who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now!
Here's my answer. It was Celeste.
Ah, so I'm the suspicious individual now, am I? I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
So what you are saying, then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him that I would go within 10 feet of that shit for brains, that lazy, worthless, goddamn idiot! Pardonnez-moi.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Is that so?
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
The screen? What?
Shoot! I got it! The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? The only ones who ever actually saw Robo-Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush, the adults are talking now.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct? And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said? We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said? Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
It was to get us to divide into two groups. So that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up. Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected. And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on. That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it? It was your way of telling him, we're on the third floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead, Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I don't believe it! Everything! The whole thing was one big act!
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah? I was feeling kinda sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Yeah, the only one Hifumi was simping for. Now the only in the whole accomplice can't graduate. Have the accomplice kill someone else and cover for them. Yeah, that's true. Sorry for the short pause. I fell asleep.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed, so Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the four of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead. Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die.
Just like those guys.
No, it's wrong. That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys died.
Thanks for the hydrate and posture check. Solitary check.
When she said that, none
I
of us
might
had
have
told her Taka was
paused
dead.
Sometime.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations?
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw.
Yeah. I was still playing. But I fell asleep sometime.
Then what about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away. If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
Other explanation. The only possibility is Ifumi is dragging the suspect.
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Such a thing is utterly impossible. Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
My argument.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Then the fortune-telling idiot is the culprit after all!
No way! You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
No, that's wrong! No. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that.
You must be dancing. How could you have missed it? Because they were dancing. Ifumi has that same strength, I believe it. I think so too.
Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate?
Celeste?
Clearly!
You want to cram me into your little guilty box? Well, there's one little problem. Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Damn that face.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not? He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro.
In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Right! But my name isn't really Yasuhiro! It's actually Taro!
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
He said people's last name.
I got it! That's right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names!
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name. Indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No, there's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to, and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
What did you just say? To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you? Well, do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Fine. Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Celeste won't give up, so then I have to do something to make her accept. Hello. It was a spam call. Handbook.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
How many times do I have to tell you? My name is... Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me,
Pew pew.
That's the only truth there is! Moron!
How come I
Hifumi
keep
was
using
trying to
Hama?
tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
How many times do I have to tell you? My name is...
Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me,
That's the only truth there is! Moron!
Yeah. Oh, I can fast forward that off. How do I do that? That was my dialysis calling.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
if there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
How many times do I have to tell you? My name is...
Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to
Contradict me.
That's the only truth there is! Moron!
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name,
if there's one person here,
It would have to be you, Celeste.
how many times do I lie?
Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to
Contradict me.
No, it's wrong. That's it. The handbook.
What?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before. So all we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because... Until the game's over, you never know what might happen!
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
In this case, how did the killer recruit their accomplice? Was it seduction?
exactly what happened. Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was... Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes. First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker. And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. Here's exactly what happened. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims to solidify Robo-Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo-Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered. He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found. Meanwhile, The other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room. He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared. But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act. Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one, and they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository. That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is... Celeste! Sorry, you lose.
I lost? When was the last time I was forced to utter such words?
It's a glass face. That thing. What's fake?
They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Taiko?
So, you finally accepted it.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Interesting.
Final result. Yay.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin. Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote, okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What?
It's basically a formality at this point. Back in this time, the true killer would devise the whole stinking scheme. Taiko Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
No. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Ifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Ifumi with this plan? But how do you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would happily agree to call me mother. I'm sure she relied on her speciality. My speciality. Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then,
And how do you use, I knew you did figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice,
Indeed.
I used her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. Does she mean... Is she talking about alter ego?
Say what?
What are you talking about?
just a second.
Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of a very important conversation here. I'm totally out of the loop as usual. How sad.
In other words,
Then you're the one who stole it?
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you use it to drag Hifumi into the plan you came up with. Right again. Last night after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. Oh, what are you doing
Actually-
here? I was hoping I could talk to you alone. It's about what was stolen. I know who did it. What?
Are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it. Spam call again. What?
So then,
And I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I found a use for the digital camera. I did taken you know what. To Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it. I deleted the picture as soon as I did show it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him. But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You were correct, which is why Taka forced me to stay.
Say what?
What?
as for me,
Please forgive me. He threatened
Oh,
me. He did?
as for me,
He came to my room last night, unannounced, and then it's hard for me to even see. He abused me.
what?
What? When he took pictures, he said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I...
Damnation!
That's a crime, an absolute crime. I mean, I knew he did go a bit crazy.
Say what?
I never he would imagine he would go that far. It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was. I'm about to say something I never said I would before.
Completely
I'm going to kill
unforgivable!
you. I'm going to fucking kill you.
most unfortunate.
Wait, please. If you go now, you will be playing right into his hands.
Actually,
Taka is planning to use her to escape. And he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean... Taka is going to try to kill you.
indeed.
And so he can keep her to himself.
This
That bastard.
completely unforgivable!
Bastard.
Honestly,
Can we allow him continue with this barbaric act? Absolutely not. How could I?
I swear I will save
I have to
her!
save her.
Actually,
Then would you like to join with me? Just so happens I've come up with a plan. Huh? I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful swamp. And with that, it is complete.
Hmm?
Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Ifumi agrees without a second thought. The effect that one item had on him was remarkable. The power of love. Even a love as twisted as that can still drive people mad. You'll see. You disgust
I
me.
see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
indeed.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the butt too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that. But it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But
So why did you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid. That's it.
Let's see.
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents though. I feel like I could cry.
Well,
But when you are explaining your plans to Hifumi, how did you explain the part of him being dead? What she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you had actually let him live?
Are you okay with this?
That is simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead when someone showed up, I told him that to stay. He did been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death. But he just barely held on. And you really believed it? Well, of course. That wasn't all there was to it. As I explained to you before, the plan was, while you were all questioning me about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi will have an alibi, so nobody could doubt him. I told him that and he believed it. It all seemed very straightforward, stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it all up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
so in the end,
So you had planned to kill him all along. But of course, there would have been no point to my plan if one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life be so little to you?
Well,
don't be
That's
mean!
another issue. You sound like Bakugo.
I wonder about that.
No, he derived his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then what made you take things so this
What the
far?
heck?
Was it really just for the money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma of us? It is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life here begins, my only thought has been escape. But all along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
You little bitch!
Obviously that was a lie.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hate it from day one. More than anyone in here.
You little bitch!
I want to get out. Every day was a fresh torture. And do you want to know
This is
why?
fine.
Because I had a dream. And accepting that life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical kill.
As for me,
And it was all for that dream. And what was this dream of yours?
isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle. A castle? And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butler slash bodyguard. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. That's so wrong. Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world
This
of
is fine.
decadence. Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about. Combined with my own winnings, monopolized $10 million would have made that dream a reality. I go right to the edge, but
There is nothing to be done.
unfortunately my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream till the very end. So why
Just the
would I?
worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own
Oh.
friends for it? Are you asking me to have to feel guilty? That's so pointless and low. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel
Do
like
you understand?
that's all there is to me. That's what makes me happy. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for
What
understanding.
is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how could you be so calm? Don't you realize you are about to die? But aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unraveled, and I take pride in that. Not just other people. I can't even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceive the unconscious. And that's why you're lost
Yes,
here?
indeed.
Well, you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice,
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I would let you come back as Marie Antoinette.
Hey,
You did just get executed again. So let's smile then. And when she did, it looks to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could feel her own feelings. But that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak fake smile is what
Thrills, chills, kills!
you're all done? Then okay. Let's get rolling.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this.
What?
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then, take care, everyone. Perhaps we'll meet again, in another life.
It's over. Is it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world. So more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young. You need a place more valid for your lives.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out of here!
What do you... I care about hope. I throw it in the trash if you would just get me out of here.
Too bad!
Yeah, all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is. But that reality just can't be avoided. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you going to make us keep going through this? What do you want from
How
us?
strange.
God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Gogo, did I see you get some kind of key type object from Celeste?
Hey! Hey!
So what's the deal with that?
What?
So
What's the
then,
matter? I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh!
Hey,
What? Answer. What did you do to my body?
Ooh! How
Oh
exciting!
man. Jeez. Oh man. Oh jeez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was Jack just done? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body. What does that mean?
Hello.
Okay, things are getting kind of weird. Oh, I think it's about time I get out of here.
Well,
Meanwhile, you guys can go enjoy your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about your boss.
see ya later!
Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although it wasn't all despair, there was one small hope. Hey Kyoko, Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's the key that Celeste gave?
So,
Most likely, it's one of the dressing room lockers.
Huh?
Then what that means? Celeste probably hid it there.
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then we better go check.
indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and
Hey.
said, I'm going to go in alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone?
So,
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
It's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go.
What?
You? Please, let me go. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention. to
Goodbye.
us. Wherever you want.
well then.
Over here. Then it's up to you.
Yo!
I'm going to the dining hall. So Makoto and Kyoko are going together. That's tell me what you think.
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto. That's like total pushovers when you show a little bad mood. I tried to forget what he had said. We will head to the dining hall. Leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
shall we go?
Should we? Yeah.
So then,
We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the keys Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. As the locker swung open, she saw.
You really came!
Oh no. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe, thank goodness. I never hear Kyoko so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time.
So,
Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please wait. Just a while longer. So now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but can we take a second? Since we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at school?
you.
Is that why you wanted to come with me?
However,
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know. That just makes me more worried.
what?
Worried? Like, what happened during the investigation is that you disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do
Indeed.
that, it's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. Yeah, I believe you.
What?
You believe in me? Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me too. Because we are friends.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more.
That's
Then,
fine.
fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see? What I heard from Kyoko then was, well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes. So I waited for night time to come. And when it did, I went into action.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor on it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back. She said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom's closet. But could Kyoko really be right about this? Huh. Alright. It's almost time for me to end the stream, so I'm going to end the stream. Thank you all for coming. Wait, let me look for someone to read. Thank you guys for coming. Let me look for someone to read. Let's read. Bye bye. See you guys in 2 days' time, I guess. Maybe. Bye. See you guys.
It's okay, Neko. Am I going to die? Gets hit. Gets hit in either boob by an arrow. Ouch. Well, you didn't die. Hey. That's awesome. No, it's me. How was Trigger Happy Havoc? Did you have fun? Also, Raiders, welcome. I'm Valor the Enigma. Today is a special day. Because it's the... I've been gone for like a week. Because there was some really bad shit I was dealing with. And... I'm not 100%, but... you know, I've let it go. So, yeah. It was great. That's good to hear. Now, if you guys are sticking around, I definitely hope you have a good one. And those of me... Thanks for kind of keeping in contact, you know? I mean, I know it's basically been just Twitch, but it's really nice. It is nice to see you. Those of me almost fell asleep. Oh, that's alright. These things happen. Alright. We've got this. There we go. We're back up here. Now, all we gotta do is just get up this thing the same way we did before. We did pretty good. No. No, no, no. Alright. Down onto that. Down. And nope. Alright. It's okay. It's okay. Let's get the angle better, shall we? Alright, so we set down. Whoop. And you. And you. Shit. Okay. Yep. And back up. Come on. We got it. Yeah. There we go. Ha ha! Faster than before. Okay, let's not do that one, shall we? Let's get back onto that rock. Okay. We're in a pretty good spot, I think.
There. Don't let it get to you. But also, let it get you a little bit.
It's a lesson. Okay, maybe that's not a good spot. So we'll set down right here. I'll do this again. Dipped after fell. No, you're fine. Lag, you're fine. And thank you again for the bits and stuff. I'm sure you will fucking scare me at some point. I'm sure you will catch me off guard. Probably not right now because I'm expecting it, but, you know, wait until I'm not.